Good morning, distant learners and as well students here. It is Wednesday, so halfway done with the second to last week of school. Only one more week after this, not even a whole week. Friday's basically no school. We will probably still have our quiz, but then that's it. And we'll probably be done for the day. Have like some pizza, have some soda for you California people. Probably play some card games, maybe put some movies on the TV. Um, we might do that next Friday. You probably can't bring movies.
Oh my gosh, I have like so many movies. I have 4 rows of movies.
That would have to get approved by Mr. S.
Can you go on unroll?
No, I know. I'm not saying you're not allowed to. I'm just saying it'd have to get approved by Mr. S.
It's pretty safe. I don't think we're gonna see anything. Oh my gosh.
But
No, I have like 4 rows of movies. There's quite a few things in Xbox that we're. I have a lot of movies, except for one row I can't watch it. Oh, I mean I can now, but I used to. Like one row.
sure, Emma. Sure, Emma.
So my mom's like.
Sure. All right. So we are going to work about 5 to 10 minutes on those student booklets. So distant learners, if you haven't finished those, you can go ahead and work on those. There shouldn't be too many questions. Some people are already done in here. Okay, so just give you about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll be back around 8:40 and then jump right back in the lesson for today. Let me know if you guys need anything, and we will be back soon. take our hoods off. It's time to slowly wake up our bodies. Make sure our masks are on. Okay, eating time is done as well, so make sure we're wearing those masks. I know we don't like them, but we do have to wear them in class. Okay, yesterday we were talking about the time of the event. Do we remember anything? No, Mr. Coral, I was asleep the whole hour. Okay, what's something we learned yesterday with the time of the event? The Passover, okay, the importance of and the connection of the Passover. Okay, in what book do we see, okay, the first example of a Passover? Exodus, yes, as Emma and Michelle said yesterday. Okay, in the last plague, the 10th plague, okay, God sent over an angel. It killed the firstborn of each family that did not take of the lamb's blood and painted on their door frame. Okay, we talked about that, but then we talked about the difference between that and then the Jews' Passover. Okay, what was the Passover called in Exodus? The Lord's Passover. And now what do we call it, as I already said? The Jews' Passover. Is TV still on? Or is it on? There we go. Okay, we have one quote dealing with the time of the event, and then we're moving into our second section. It will be about the master of the event. Get the slides up for you. Okay, a man named Oliver B. Green said this. It was not a sin, because remember we talked about how, okay, they were selling things in the temple. Yes, that's the whole thing we're talking about this week. Okay, is it wrong, and we mentioned already, is it wrong to sell animals or to trade money? No, it's not wrong. Okay, but is it wrong to do it in the temple? Why? Okay, that's the Lord's place. What are we supposed to do in the temple? Worship. The word we learn and the word we're supposed to do is worship. So Oliver B. Green says this. It was not a sin to buy an animal, to be offered in sacrifice. The sin was in fact that the money changers and those who sold animals were making big business of what should have been sacred as unto the Lord. Religion is becoming big business in our day, and many men are making merchandise of the souls of men. We talked about, okay, and we talked about in different lessons. Is it wrong for a church to grow and for people to want it to grow and to do whatever it takes to make it grow? Okay, it's not really wrong. That's a good thing. That means more people will hear the what? The gospel and the word of God. Okay, but can it become wrong? It can. When the focus gets off of God, okay, growing a church or raising money, tithe, offerings, they become wrong when it's for the wrong purposes. Learning about God any longer. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about, I don't know why my computer turned off. So give me 1 second. The master of the events. The master of the events. Put these up on the slide for you guys as well. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Good to see you. Most people here. Looks like we're missing a few still. Last night, so you guys should be good on that. Okay, we're jumping right in. Okay, I'm going to read John 2:13. I've read it before. I'm going to read it again. Okay, because that's kind of where we're going to be focused today. Okay, John 2:14 says this, or 2:13, sorry. And we read it yesterday as well. And the Jews' Passover was at hand, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Okay, the first thing we're going to see in this master of the event is the boldness and the strength of our Lord. Christ, would you say he's sissy or he's weak? Okay, not even because he's God, just his person, right? Throughout the whole gospel, his life here on earth, he's known to be meek, or someone that might have been reserved, a little quiet at times. Okay, but he was not a weak person. He brought the attention of men. Many paintings and films about Christ portray him as a weak, frail, timid, and quiet man. Okay, but in reality, and we see in the Bible, that's not who Jesus was. Okay, he went up to strangers and would just start talking to them. Would just draw their attention in his communication. Okay, see maybe in movies and pictures. But Jesus Christ was actually a strong, manly person. Mark 6:3 tells us and says that he was a carpenter. Okay, and we've talked about that certainly during that time. That doesn't completely mean he's working with wood per se. Okay, at that time, a lot of buildings, they were built out of stone. Okay, so as a carpenter, he's working with his hands a lot. Okay, he might be working with some wood. Okay, with furniture. He also is working with. Okay, he had calloused hands. Okay, literally, carpenter means an artificer. Okay, or more than likely one who worked with stone. So he knew what hard manual labor was. Okay, he wasn't someone like we see sometimes in movies. He's always just sitting there, quiet. Like, oh, disciples, you need to do better at this. Okay, that's not who Jesus was. He was a strong man. He had a strong voice. Okay, he was a hard worker. Anyone who has worked with stone, sawing, chiseling, and lifting, all without any modern labor-saving tools, for 15 years, remember, we didn't start seeing Christ's ministry until way later on in his life. Okay, so probably from the age of 15, okay, to like 21 to 28, okay, he was doing this job. That's a long time to do a job, certainly a hard-working job like that. Okay, for 15 years he did this, and Jesus had done this. So he must have also been, if he's working with stone and chiseling, okay, they didn't have the tools we have today, so okay, don't you think he's going to be strong, physically strong? Okay, it's basically like he's getting a full-day workout every single day for 15 years. Okay, in my mind, he was probably physically fit. Just saying. Neither was Christ timid, shy, or retiring. He was bold, the most courageous being ever to walk the earth. Okay, Christ knew from the beginning that one day he would die on a cross. He knew the agony and the pain that would soon be his. He even knew the hour. We see that in John 2:4. It says this, and Jesus saith unto her, Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come. Okay, and we see, and we didn't talk about yet, when he said, mine hour has not yet come, he's saying, hey, the time, the purpose why I'm here to die on the cross has not yet come. Where I'm going to get beaten and whipped and crowned with thorns and mocked and spit upon, be put on a cross, my hands, my feet will be pierced, my clothes will be torn off me, okay, I'll be stabbed in the side, all these things he's going to go through in the future for us. Okay, he said, my hour is not yet come. He knows what's coming. The crazy thing is, he still did it. Someone told me, hey Nick, dude, you go home tonight, they're just going to beat you and whip you and do all these bad things to you. Where do you think I'm probably not going to go? Section. Probably not. You say so? Okay, but Jesus wasn't like that. Okay, the only time we see in the Bible, he said, hey, God, he calls to his father and said, hey, is there any other way? But in reality, he knew there was no other way. He knew what he had to do, and he was willing to go and do it. Okay, so we see that he was brave. Okay, he was a brave soul. Christ knew that he was going to have to do that and die on the cross. He knew the pain and agony. Okay, but he did not waver. He did not flinch. He knew how men would react to his many rebukes. Okay, imagine being a man, he was a man, and saying, hey, I'm the Son of God. It's like Noah coming up and saying, hey guys, I just want to let you know I've had an epiphany. Okay, I'm the Son of Jesus Christ, I was sent to die for you. Like, people are like, okay, Jesus, okay, cool, you can die for us. They didn't truly believe at that time, do you think? Some people did. Okay, we see that. Some people did, but most men, they didn't believe. They might have heard rumors. Okay, it's fake. People are just throwing his name up, right? We kind of see that today. Someone does something great and we make an excuse of it. Okay, these crazy things are happening. This man says, "Hey, I'm the son of God, the person that we serve and believe in. Okay, I'm the Messiah that we were told about hundreds of years ago." Okay, they would laugh. They would mock him. He wasn't a spineless wisp of a man. He faced the cross, the sepulchres full of dead men's bones, serpents, vipers, and murderers with dauntless courage. Nowhere in Christ's boldness and strength more evident in this incident. He was in the Jewish capital in spot. We see in this time and in this passage, right? Where is he? Where's Jesus? What place? We've been talking about it. What building? The temple. Okay, the place of God. He's in this place. Okay, a lot of times at the temple, right, we have the Jews, meaning the Pharisees, these scholars. I know the Bible most. I'm the most spiritual man in this whole world, right? I go in the corner and pray. Okay, I do all these things. I'm a great person. Okay, I'm closest to God. And then we have Jesus coming in, okay, because the Pharisees are allowing this to go on. Say, hey, get this wickedness out of here. Okay, he was bold. A lot of times, maybe us in our lives, right, we might see something that's wrong. Or we have a family member do something wrong. And I'm in this category as well. Sometimes I'm just like, whatever, they can do what they want. Right? Jesus wasn't that way. We see in many stories, the woman at the well. He goes to this random lady, hey, give me some water. Not right away. We said he didn't convict her, but he said, hey, you're with a man that's not even your husband right now. Okay, he went up to a group of Pharisees condemning this harlot. They saying, hey, you're this, hey, you're this. And what does he do? Does anyone know the story? He goes into the sand and starts doing what? He starts writing what all of those men had done. He was bold. A group of men right there yelling at this lady. He goes and just writes what they've done wrong. And guess what happened? They left. They started going home. What? Yeah. That's true. That's true. It's just an assumption. Okay? But he wrote in the ground. He was bold. He stood up for the woman. Okay, but then after that, did he just say, oh, are you all right? Okay, no, he said, hey, these are the things you're doing wrong. I can do better. Short story, my story. Okay, but the Bible tells us that he's bold. He's courageous. He was attacking their most ancient and holy tradition. He was one man against the whole Jewish hierarchy. He was one man facing a whole gangsters per se, not actual gangsters. Okay, like we said, if it was just me or say it's Noah, okay, he might disagree. He would not just go into a group of 6 to 8 guys and say, all right, let's go. I'm gonna take you out. We're not stupid, right? We're not stupid. Okay, we're gonna plan for it. We're gonna try to do something for it. Okay, Jesus was bold. He went in with his words. He was attacking their very livelihood, these Jewish Pharisees. They were getting rich, and these money changers, they were getting rich from their commercialism, and he was attacking it. Imagine his boldness as he began to overturn tables and drive the animals and men from the temple with a whip. He goes into the temple and says, get out of here. Okay, there's more than just a few people, I'm assuming. Okay, there's lots of people. Get out of here. You're wrong. This is not what God's house is for. Yelling. Bible says again, in righteous anger, he's yelling at them. Get out of here. Okay, yelling at them. So we see this boldness and strength of our Lord. But secondly, we see the holiness and wrath of God. We also see here another side of Christ that is often emphasized. Okay, his wrath. Or not emphasized, sorry. His wrath. We hear a lot about God's love, right? How he loves us, which is true. Christ does not put up with sin in our lives. He doesn't. The Bible tells us God rebukes sin, but he loves us. He is holy. That is his nature. So he can't be anything other than that. Holy being without sin. So he can't love sin. He can't live with sin. Okay, he hates sin, but he loves us. Okay, he loves us, but he has wrath towards sin. He cannot put up with it. So Jesus, again, being God, can he put up with sin? No, it's not in his nature. He sees sin and he has to do something about it in his nature. This Christ who drove the crooks from the temple, okay, with flashing eyes and slashing whips, is no different today or in the future. Today, right, we have pastors. Okay, we have men that God has appointed for us, okay, to try to help people and congregations to know the Bible, to know what God says. Okay, God tells us through his word, he tells us these same things. Obviously, he's not here in body saying, hey, this is wrong, hey, do this, right? He's not here physically. Okay, but we have his word. We have the same thing, just in a different tense. Okay, he's telling us, hey, be kind. Hey, love your neighbor like you love yourself. Hey, obey your parents. Okay, he's telling us these things. He's encouraging truth. Okay, sometimes he has to do it, again, in a wrathful nature. He could not permit to continue under any circumstances with these false things. Certainly people desecrating his Father's house. Christ is still that same person today. He despises sin in front of God. Okay, he will deal with it. Revelation 6:16 says this. As I'll turn to it quickly. Revelation 6:16. It says, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. Again, we see the Bible tells us the wrath of the Lamb, the wrath of Jesus. Okay, hide us from it. We see that in Revelations in the end times. Okay, this speaks of the wrath of the Lamb as it falls on unbelievers. Okay, what do you think the wrath of the Lamb is to unbelievers? When they die? Hell, it is. God cannot live with sin. He made heaven. Okay, he gave all mankind an opportunity to go to heaven. Okay, but his wrath towards sin, his anger towards it, his nature not being able to have it and accept it to those who don't believe is hell. That's what he set up in this. Okay, so we see the boldness and strength of our Lord. We see how he is holiness. He can't be with sin. And with that brings wrath of God. Lastly, what we're going to talk about quickly is the deity and the authority of Christ. So a few things with that. You have the notes already up there. Okay, it's strange that no one dared to fight back against Christ as he drove them from the temple. Okay, that is a little weird when you say, okay, you have maybe all these businessmen and money changers, again, traders. Okay, who knows how many there really were? It doesn't say, it's just plural. We know there's more than one. Okay, and he's driving these people out, okay, with a whip, with his voice. Okay, get out of here. What do you think if there's like, say there's 10 of them, this one man's trying to yell and do this to them, and they're like, whatever, and they just fought back? We don't see that happen in this passage. Okay, like cowering dogs, the crooks ran for cover. Even the temple policemen and ruling authorities were powerless against him. Christ seemed to exude absolute authority through his voice. He exhibited total confidence through every movement he did. This authority and confidence put the people in awe so they could not fight back against him. 3 years later, in the fullness of God's time, on the very same day, they came with swords and sticks to capture him, and he spoke with such authority that the whole band fell over the ground in pitiful heat. Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness. Give me 1 second. There we go. I don't know what just happened with the slides. Had to fix them real quick. Thank you for letting me know, Ian. I didn't notice at first. Thank you. Thank you, Esther, as well. Ian told me. I just don't hardly look at the chat. I need to look at it more. Okay, so we see this courage, okay, in the deity and authority of God. Okay, we see it in this time in the temple, but on the same day, 3 years later, we see it, okay, after Judas Iscariot sold him to the Pharisees. We see these men with swords and sticks come to capture him. Okay, and did Jesus fight back? No. Peter tries to fight back, and he gets an ear cut off. Or he cuts off someone's ear and says, hey, Peter, don't do this. And he heals the man's ear. Okay, we see Jesus, okay, the authority he has. And when he spoke, so all these men here to capture him, when he spoke, guess what they did? They listened. Isn't that crazy? If a group of people came, so imagine, okay, this doesn't always happen. Imagine Noah did something wrong. Okay, so yeah, it's you, man. It's you. Okay? And 6 cops have to come and take Noah. Okay, guess what's going to happen if Noah's trying to talk to them or talk back to them? It's going to be worse, wouldn't you say? The situation is going to be worse. Okay, but Jesus, in this moment of people taking him, capturing him, and when he talks, everyone stops and listens. Because the authority he has as being the Son of God. The only response of the people to Jesus, or Jesus' wrath in cleansing the temple, okay, was to ask. This is their response. When he's yelling at people, get out of here, you're defiling a house, whatever he said. Okay, this was the only response. What sign showest thou? They asked that question. What sign showest thou? That is, meaning, where do you get the right to do this? So as Jesus is kicking them out, okay, get out of the temple, they say, hey, who gives you the right? Who gives you the right to kick us out of the temple and doing what we're doing here today? And what we've been doing for a long time. Who gives you the right? What they were really asking for was a miracle. They were sure that only God could be bold enough to do what Christ had done in the temple. If he really was God, they wanted to let him prove it by performing a miracle. That's what they wanted to see. They said, hey, we've heard the stories. We've heard you change the water into wine. We've heard you've healed the lame. Okay? But what gives you the right? I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Maybe the stories are false. Okay? Show me a miracle. Show me something to show me why you have the right to kick us out of the temple. Okay? The source of Christ's authority is in, what is his authority in? His deity. Him being God. Because the Bible tells us all authority is given by God. He is God. He doesn't need to fear any man. How do we see his deity in this passage? How do we see his deity in this passage, class? Okay, we basically have talked about it, like Esther said. Okay, someone else, how do we see his deity in this passage? It's not your question. I basically have said it already. What did the people do when he spoke? They listened. He had a supreme authority. Okay, we see that as one way in his deity in this passage. Okay, a few things with this in the deity and authority of Christ. Again, it's already on the screen. Okay, first he calls the temple what? In verse 16, I've already mentioned it. It's on the screen. He says, hey, this is my Father's house. That's the first thing, and specifically we see showing his deity and saying, hey, I'm the Son of God. I'm Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Okay, this is my Father's house. Okay, well, I wouldn't go into a church and say, hey, this is my Father's house. Because my father is Steve Coral, and the church is not Steve Coral's house, right? Okay, but Jesus goes into a temple and says, hey, this is my Father's house. Okay, not my Father's church or my Father built this. He says, hey, this is my Father's house. This is where we worship him. Okay, Jesus was and still is jealous to preserve the honor, glory, and holy purpose of God's house. Too often today, our churches have become more entertainment centers, business complexes, or fellowship halls, more than places of worship or holy ministries for God's glorious purpose, right? Now, is it wrong to have some entertainment in the church, to have fellowship, to have these cool things? Is it wrong? No. If anything, it's actually a good thing, right? It allows people to grow together, Christians to grow together. Okay, it's allowed us to have, okay, good fun for Christians. It allows us to be able to bring in maybe guests and new people. Okay, but all these things of entertainment, these things, maybe teen activities or youth activities or anything, fellowships for young adults. Okay, the purpose of all these things is what? Yeah, for us to be able to come together and worship and glorify God. If they lose their purpose, then they've lost what they're there for. Then they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, so first we see he calls the temple my Father's house. Number two, and last thing what we're going to talk about today, he will raise his own body from the dead. In verse 19 to 21 it says this in John chapter 2. Verse 19 and through 21. It says, and Jesus answered and said unto them, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. Then said the Jews, 46 years was this temple in building, and wilt thou rear it up in 3 days? But he spake of the temple of his what? His body. He said, hey, I'm going to destroy this temple. I'm going to die. 3 days later from the grave. Christ's response to the people's desire to his own personal resurrection from the dead. He told them about a miracle. Now, did it happen right in front of them at that moment? No. But he said, hey, the temple, talking about himself, it's going to be destroyed. I'm going to die. But guess what? 3 days later, I'm going to raise from the grave. No man has and ever will do this again. Okay, he told them of a miracle. The phrase destroy this temple is defined in verse 21. He was saying, crucify me, and I will raise myself from the dead. But the people thought he was talking about the physical stones of the temple. They said, hey, how are you going to destroy this temple? It took 46 years to build this temple. You're not just going to, the temple's, which he could have, could he not? Okay, but he wasn't talking about the physical temple. Since they were spiritually blind and unconscious of the soul, they could not discern the spiritual meaning behind his words. Okay, and last passage of the day that we're going to talk about is 1 Corinthians 2:14. 1 Corinthians 2:14. And it says this, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. Okay, basically saying, like these people in the temple, their spirit was dead. Their only conscious and desire was what? The physical things, right? Why were they in the temple? For money, for trading, for their personal gain. Their spirit was dead. Okay, we'll pick up right where we left off tomorrow. Okay, talking about these things. We'll have a conclusion. Okay, remember we do have our verse tomorrow, John 2:19, and your booklet will be due as well. Those should basically be done as of now. I'll give you guys about 25, 30 minutes to do that this week. Okay, shouldn't have even had to take it home. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you need anything. Okay, we will have government next hour here in a little bit. Have a good 10-minute break. Welcome back, distant learners. Okay, we're turning in our homework as of now, which should have been, I believe, page 164, the first half, right? Okay, so that's what we're turning in. If you'd like to send a picture to me now, you can, or you can just turn in everything from last week and this week on this Friday. Make sure you're going to turn in either one of those ways, or you won't receive credit on those things and you'll receive a 0. When you have to get things turned in when they're due, because next week is the last week of this semester, so grades need to get in as well. Hopefully you're all doing well, and we're going to be jumping into the notes where we left off yesterday. Before we start, we will pray this hour. Okay, so are there any prayer requests? He broke his ankle, so he's kind of like not able to do much right now.
He has 2 bars in his going on the outside of his leg, and then one going through his leg.
Some metal rods.
Oh, it's one of those types where they have to like completely snap his ankle.
Yeah. They're basically just giving him stability. Can't really do anything with it. All right, we'll pray for those, and then we will begin. Any other prayer requests? Okay, pray for some of the students that are at home. I believe some of them still are a little sick. So pray for some of them. Think about them. All right, let's pray. I'm sure you do, Emma. I'm sure you do. Okay, dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for a little bit less wind today, Lord. Thank you for another day of life. Thank you that the students that are here are able to be here, Lord, and we're able to also have a live stream, so the people at home that aren't feeling well or still recovering a little bit are able to still tune into class. Please bless them, as it is a little more difficult to stay on top of things, Lord, and do their best of all the abilities you've given them. Please help students here, Lord, for us to be able to have a great class, for them to be able to continue and finish strong this semester. Please, we lift up some special prayer requests to you, Lord. Please help Emma's grandfather, Lord, obviously going through this cancer time, Lord, as it's difficult. Whatever treatment or whatever has to happen, Lord, please bless that situation, give peace to the family, and give strength to her grandfather. Also, please help her brother as he's going through a difficult time as well with obviously the situation of his, I believe, his mother passing, Lord, as that's not very easy. Please help him to just be able, if he doesn't know you, to be able to learn to know you, for someone to be able to be that light to him. And if he does know you, Lord, for him to be able to just trust on you. It's not going to be easy. And it's something, honestly, a lot of us probably couldn't bear personally. Okay, but you can help us bear that burden on our shoulders. Also, please help Kylie's grandfather, Lord, as he broke his ankle, Lord, and he's not able to do much. Please allow him to heal quickly so he can get back to his normal routine, Lord, be able to do the things he needs to do and the things he wants to do, Lord. Please bless that situation and give him a quick recovery. Also, please help her grandmother, Lord, as she's still going through this cancer season, Lord. And again, it's not easy. Please help us to trust in you and for you to heal her, Lord, and bless her through whatever treatment she has to go through, for you to be able to be there and walk with them through this time. Please bless this class, Lord, and today. Please help bless church later tonight that we have through live stream and everything going on today. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, yesterday we were talking about basically the beginning of the Bill of Rights, and we were introducing some of the original amendments. Did the screen turn off? Did I not make the time? Okay, we're talking about the original Bill of Rights and some of the original amendments. Today we're also going to dive in some more with that, mainly the First Amendment. Okay, but we are going to talk about some of that stuff. What? Well, yeah, I was just saying what we did yesterday, and today we're going over the First Amendment. Okay, I believe you guys should already have this note, correct? You don't have number 5 yet, or do you have 5? All right, you do have 5? We stopped at 6 then. Okay, so again, this First Amendment, most of us already know what it is. We mentioned it yesterday. What is the First Amendment covering? Make sure we're wearing our masks. Okay, basically freedom of religion, press, okay, speech, The right to petition, all these things. So we're going to see the amendment makes two specific statements. Okay, so we're going to cover all these individual things. So what does it give us in freedom of religion? What does it give us in this, in those different things? So first we're going to be talking about religion. Two main statements dealing with religion. Okay, first, Congress shall make, let me get the slides up there for these guys. There you go. The amendment makes two statements on religion. The first is Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or an establishment clause. Okay. Secondly, the Congress shall not prohibit the free exercise of religion or free exercise clause. Obviously, okay, we see a little bit against that today. Wouldn't you say so? Okay, not that it's 100% there, but we are seeing some push between government and the freedom of religion. Okay, the Amendment 1 specifically says this: Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Okay, so we have this dealing with religion first, and we'll talk about the other ones here shortly. Okay, many Europeans had come to the shores of North America in search of what? Religious freedom. Okay, a lot of them were trying to escape the Catholic Church at that time. Okay, and they wanted the freedom to be able to study God's Word and to be able to learn about Him, okay, and teach and preach what they believe was right. Okay, so they were searching for this religion freedom and the liberty of conscience. The European pattern from which the Pilgrims and many others fled was that of the national religion or state church that we learn all the way back to Roman times. Obviously, it's a little bit different. Whereas basically, hey, you're part of our church, okay, or bad things are going to happen to you. Okay, most European rulers believed that to ensure national unity, talking about cultural, political, and religious things, all of their subjects should belong to a single official state church. Okay, with this idea, again, people aren't going to like that, because not even in our country, obviously being a free country, does everyone believe the same thing? Not even close. Okay, not even close. Okay, but at this time, okay, maybe you didn't have as many different religions in this small area, okay, but there were different religions. There were people that, hey, I believe this. Hey, I believe in the state church. Hey, I just believe in the Bible. Hey, I believe in, who knows, maybe a few different things. Okay, as there's different religions, we're not going to really get into that. Okay, but they wanted their freedom of religion. Okay, so we came to the New World. Accordingly, one church or religion was legally and officially established, and all others were either forbidden or else merely tolerated. All citizens paid tithes and taxes to support the established church and its clergy. And in some places, they were even required by law to attend the state church. Okay, are we supposed to tithe to the church? The Bible says yes, it's a command. Hey, you have to tithe. It's a command. It's not choice. Tithing is not choice. Okay, but should we be paying taxes to the church? No. Okay, because that's something forced. What has God given us in salvation? We have to do what? We have to choose, right? We have to believe in it. God does not force us, hey, you must believe, okay, or else we wouldn't be who we are. There would be no reason for salvation because He's forcing all of us to do what is right. Yeah, there would basically be no sin. He's like, I'm basically playing with humans. Okay, that's how it'd be. We'd be robotic. Okay, no soul, no nature. Okay, but He gave us that free will. Okay, that also brings us the free will to worship Him and other things, obviously, that are wrong. We have to choose Him. Okay, we shouldn't be forced to pay the church. Okay, it needs to be a choice. Most of the American colonies continue to follow the early established church pattern in the New World. After the Great Awakening, however, many Christians long to be able to worship and support a church of their own choosing. By the time of the War for Independence, many colonies had abandoned or were in the process of abandoning an established church. So even when we first came to America, we had the same idea because we didn't know anything else, right? They were used to this established church, so that's what they did. Okay, but as we grew as people, as we grew as a nation, okay, that's where we see a difference happening. So dealing with the First Amendment and religion. Okay, we've seen these two statements it makes towards religion. The first statement is called the Establishment Clause, as we have there. You want to know that. And the second is called the Free Exercise Clause. Okay, you can remember it by the terms that are in there. Okay, but you'll want to know what they're called in those different clauses. Okay, the framers of the Bill of Rights had three great purposes. Okay, three great purposes in mind when they gave us the establishment of religion. Give me 1 second. I might have a problem with my slides. It's like some of these slides are from the old one, so I think some of them didn't save. So like from 3, I have the old 3 to 8, so I'm missing some. This might be a problem, okay? I don't know what the slides are. Let me pull up the notes, and I'll try to help you fill them in, but they're not in the slides. I must apologize. I don't know where 4 through 8 went. That's really weird. All right, so you guys have sorry, I'm just trying to make sure. Up to 6. Okay, on 7, I'll do my best to try to help you fill these in until we get caught back up, but I'm missing 7 to 15 for some reason. That's really weird that it didn't save those ones. Okay, number 7, the founders did not intend to create a chasm between church and state, but rather to ensure that they would be, okay, they did not want to create this chasm. Okay, we see these 3 problems. Okay, it has. Okay, so we have these 3 things in it. I do not know what the exact note is. Church and state were not to be. I'll just get these slides for you guys later. You can just listen for now, and I'll get the slides later because these are not looking right. Something happened. I'm sorry. Incompetence. That's what happened. Oh, no, I have 9, so I'm just missing 2 of them. That's weird. All right, so we'll just keep on moving until we get caught up back in the book and back in the notes. Just missing 2 of them. Okay, I'll get those to you tomorrow. But these 3 things, number 1 is to prevent the establishment of national religion or state church, or the granting to any church or denomination of a preferred legal status. Secondly is to safeguard the right of freedom of religion and liberty of conscience against invasion by the federal government. And thirdly is to permit the individual states to deal with religious establishments or institutions as they saw fit without federal interference. Okay, congressionalism continued to be the established religion, okay, in Connecticut until 1818, in New Hampshire until 1819, and in Massachusetts till 1833. Okay, so there is this idea of congressionalism. Okay, that might have been one of the terms. Not sure. Missing those 2, and I'm sorry. So I'll just put the next one I have on there up on the screen for now. Okay, it is clear from the other acts and writings of the Founding Fathers, particularly Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, that the First Amendment's Establishment Clause must be interpreted narrowly rather than broadly. The declaration that the Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion does not mean that all religious influences and traditions in public and national life are prohibited. It merely means what it says, that Congress may not establish a state church. or give legal preference to any church or denomination. Okay, the ban on this establishment of religion or this state church, okay, certainly does not mean that the church and state are to be separate in all aspects. Okay, right? They're supposed to be together in some way, right? The church's job is to reach who? People. Okay, so people are supposed to be in the church. Without people, there is no church. Okay, the church is really the assembly, the people. Okay, it's not a building, it is the people. So there has to be some correlation of state and or establishment and religion, or state and church. Okay, but there's not supposed to be a strict, hey, the government runs the church. Hey, this is our established church. And we see that here. Moving on. We see also, lost my spot. Give me 1 second. From its earliest days, Congress had employed paid chaplains to open its sessions with prayer, and to give religious counsel to its members. The Supreme Court chamber prominently displays a depiction of the Ten Commandments on its walls. The president has always taken his oath of office with his hand upon the Bible. Okay, presidents have also issued proclamations calling for days of thanksgiving or national prayer. And every president has acknowledged God in his inaugural address. Before 1890, the federal government regularly contributed endorsements, support, and tax dollars to Christian missionaries and agencies, which engaged in education, evangelism of the Indians. The founders did not intend to create a chasm. Here's the note. Okay, sorry. So that one I missed, which would have been, 7? Okay, the founders did not intend to create a chasm between church and state, but rather to ensure that they would be institutionally separate. The state and the church were not to be legally tied together. Okay, so that means the state does not rule the church. They can't make the church do things. Okay, but they are supposed to work together. Okay, the official leadership of the church should not be synonymous with that of the state, nor should the institution or organization. Yes, ma'am. Which one? Legally tied together? That one? Were those the 2 notes I missed? All right. Sorry I missed those. I really don't know. I must have just had a brain aneurysm and skipped 2. I'll get those fixed in the slides. Hopefully you have those now filled out. Okay, but we're almost caught up to where we were. A few more things and then we'll be done for today. There is no homework. Okay, the founders did not support the official or legal establishment of any national religion. Okay, because they believe that true religion is the matter of what? What is true religion all based on? I mean, there's a few different words you could use here, but okay, the book says the heart. The notes might say it's the heart. Okay, it's by our believing. Noah, what were you saying? Yeah, back to that free will. Yeah, you have to choose. Basically, you have to mean what you're doing. That's basically what it means. Saying it's the heart or these different things. You have to mean what you're doing. You have to choose yourself. Okay, for that reason, Article 6, Clause 3 prohibits any religious test for federal officials. But they never say or saw any conflict between the First Amendment's Establishment Clause and the actual or acknowledgement of God in public functions. The founders realized, okay, that religion and morality are essential to survive a free society and federal republic, right? You need structure. There has to be some structure. Okay, when there is no rules, there is the one word that comes to my mind, hopefully it comes to your mind, it is chaos. Okay, it's chaos. It might work for a little bit, people might have fun, but there will be chaos with no rules. Okay, however, since 1947, the Supreme Court has interpreted the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment to be called the wall of separation between church and state, which may not be breached. This has resulted in great peril to our nation by prohibiting religious practice in public life. Okay, and that's where we see, like in public schools. Okay, they took away the whole idea of God, what we're based on in the beginning. Okay, and that's probably one of the first things that started our nation to grow away from God. Okay, this has resulted in a great peril for our nation by prohibiting this religious thing in public life, notably, as I said, in education. This is why some students have been denied the right to pray or read the Bible in public school classrooms. Okay, I know you guys might not take that somewhat seriously, but I know some of us have gone to public schools, right? And I'm not saying you can't pray or something like that, okay, but it's not really, like you can't really pray in class. You can't really, hey, let's read a verse from the Bible in class. Okay? You're not always able to do that. You don't always have the freedom to do that. Should we have the freedom to do that? The answer is yes. You should have the freedom to do that. You shouldn't be forced to do it, but you should have the freedom to do it and not be ridiculed or punished for it. Today, the court uses, in the note that's been up here for a little while now, this Lemon test in deciding establishments clause cases. Okay, we first see the Lemon test came from the court case Lemon versus Kurtzman in 1971, in which the court gave 3 criteria in deciding establishment clause cases. Okay, give me a second. That works as well, Jacob. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. Yes, you can send it to me right away. I'm just saying for those who don't want to send it to me through text, email, or MySchoolWorks, you can just turn it all in on the Friday of that week, the paper copies, if you want to. You don't have to. Okay, but these 3 criteria, as they're already up on the screen, you probably have them all filled out, so I'll just read through them. Number 1, you have the law must have secular purpose. Number 2, the law's primary effect must be neutral towards religion. Okay, it can't be on either side, whether completely for or completely against. And lastly, the law must not foster an excessive entanglement of government with religion. Okay, this is what the Lemon test established. Okay, this contrivance by the justices of Supreme Court has led to increased confusion as how the court will rule on religious issues. For example, the court has ruled an area of religious displays on public land that a nativity scene is constitutionally if displayed with other Christmas-related displays, so like Santa or his reindeer. But it is unconstitutional if displayed by itself. Okay, which, should that even be a problem? The answer is no. It shouldn't be. Because Christmas, although obviously it has changed through our culture and time, now we know it as fun and gifts and St. Nick and Santa Claus and these different things, right? But Christmas, okay, that day, although it's a day of joy, which it should be, okay, it's a day of joy not because of gifts. Why is it a day of joy? Because Jesus was born. Now, is it wrong to celebrate it in the new culture things we've added? My say, again, this is Mr. Coral's words, so please don't make facts. Okay, but Mr. Coral says no. It's okay to do those things. Just like on a birthday, we celebrate the joy of someone being born. Okay, a lot of times we get gifts. Okay, but if we lose focus and it just becomes about, hey, I want to have fun. Hey, I want to be with my family. I want to open presents. Okay, I want to watch all the movies, listen to all the music, be consumed with shopping and all these things. Okay, and we lost the focus of what Christmas Day is actually important for. Then we've lost focus. Right? Just like in Bible when we talk about, hey, is it wrong to sell? No, it's not. It's a good thing. You're using your time and sources well. Okay, but when you're doing it in the wrong place or with the wrong heart, it becomes wrong. The same thing like this idea of Christmas. Okay? In the same case, however, the court ruled that a menorah or a candelabrum with 7 to 9 branches is a symbol of Judaism. Okay, you guys know the little candle, all these things, okay? You ever seen that? It's like a candle. It's usually a metal like shaft, and then it has like these 7 to 9 branches of candles. You've seen it before, okay? It usually is a symbol of or is a symbol of Judaism. This may be displayed alone on public land. Okay, so like in public school or anything like this. Okay, it's allowed to be displayed. Why can that be displayed but not a nativity scene? Okay, that's the question. Congress is allowed to hire a chaplain at the taxpayer's expense to open Congress in prayer. Yet children are discouraged from praying in public schools, okay, or in public events, or in some places forbidden. Prayer is. Public schools may not have chaplains, but the armed services may. Many more inconsistencies could be cited. This lemon test is truly a lemon, or sour, bitter. It provides no stability to law, only confusion. Recently, the court has even abandoned the lemon test on several occasions. Okay, so we see this lemon test. Is the lemon test a good thing? No, it's not. Okay, like I said, it's a lemon. Okay, it should be easy to remember. Lemon test. It's a lemon. Okay, it brings, although I like lemons in my water, okay, it brings a bitter, sour taste. It brings inconsistencies. So just remember that. Okay, the lemon test brings inconsistencies. Be familiar with the three criteria. But moving on. Okay, secondly, we have the freedom of worship. Okay, this is also in religion. The other part of the First Amendment pertaining to religion is the free exercise clause. Remember we talked about two clauses? What was the first one we talked about? Establishment clause, and then we have this free exercise clause. The framers of the Bill of Rights intended not only to guarantee liberty of conscience, but also to protect the right of the individual to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, and to practice his religion freely. Christians have the constitutional and legal right to educate their children, to evangelize their communities, to build houses of worship, and to apply their faith to all areas of life and culture. This right to the free exercise of religion, however, is limited in scope. Common standards of decency, law, and order may not be violated under the guise of freedom of religion. Okay, the court heard its first free exercise case in the Reynolds versus the United States, which is, remember talking about you have a defendant, or you have like the one person, and then you have against government. Okay, what is that called? We learned about last, what? Which one? Yes, okay, it's dealing with, okay, one individual against the United States or government rather than individual. Okay, we learned about that last chapter. Okay, so we have a case in 1879 against Reynolds in the United States. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled that the Mormon practice of polygamy, having more than one wife, was not constitutionally protected by the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment because it violated common standards of decency, morality, and public order. Since the Reynolds case, the court has ruled against other religious practices. If an action prompted by religion is dangerous, then the court has a tendency not to allow it. For example, the court has ruled against snake handling and the use of illegal drugs by those who claim such practices to be an exercise of their religion. However, the court will often uphold unusual religious practices. The court has ruled, for example, that certain groups have the right to sacrifice animals or to abstain from work on Sunday because of religious convictions. Okay, this is all dealing with this free exercise clause. Okay, are all those things we just mentioned right? These cases, or the ideas of cases, so polygamy, snake handling, drugs, are all the things right? No, but because we live in a country that's supposed to be based on freedom of religion, okay, all the purpose of this the free exercise clause is that they should be free to do it. Okay, now do we believe it's right as Christians? Okay, and we believe in the Bible? No. Okay, but because we live in a country that's supposed to be freedom of religion, just like we expect to receive our freedom, yes, okay, they have their freedom as well. But we're going to see some of those situations. Obviously, if it goes against law, okay, then it's a little bit different. The Bible tells us to obey law unless it's going against the Bible. If you're doing something that goes against law and it's part of your religion, okay, it's wrong. It's wrong. Unless the Bible says so. So secondly, we have freedom of speech. We have about 9 minutes. We'll try to get through as much as we can. You guys got this one down? There's a typo in it. Esther, I'm shocked you didn't say anything. What? What's wrong with it? I mean, it's stupid to do it. I mean, I can't say it's wrong, but I would say it's not wise. That one, I wouldn't say it's wrong. Would I ever do it? No. Now the purpose that people use in the church, is that wrong? Maybe a little bit. I don't think it's the right purpose. But yeah. All right, a few more notes we're going to do. Okay, talking about freedom of speech. Oh, you're good. Free speech. Okay, again, sorry, I forgot to go this one. Okay, the founders intended the First Amendment should provide a climate of liberty in which all citizens could freely voice their opinions on matters pertaining to religion, politics, ethics, and economics. Sorry, I forgot to turn it to that one. Okay, with speech, the founders intended these things, okay, as I just mentioned, but the framers of the Bill of Rights never intended to permit the public use of abusive, vulgar, profane, or offensive language, or of language that could cause physical harm to others. Like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech is also limited, okay, in certain ways. No individual has the right to destroy another person's reputation by false speech. Okay, everyone go with this note? Good? Good? All right, so no individual has the right to destroy another person by reputation. Know these two things. Okay, by false speech or slander or false writings, which is like a libel. The term is libel. Slander or libel. Should be a pretty quick note. Okay, this brings us to the laws of treason. The laws of treason. Give you a moment to write these all down. The laws of treason. Okay, the laws of treason. Everyone good? The laws of treason forbid an American citizen to say or write anything that would harm his country or advocate its violent revolutionary overthrow. Okay, again, using your voice, okay, using your writings, or today you have social media and so many different things. Okay, using any kind of platform in speech, okay, in the wrong way. This is going to be in the category of laws of treason. Okay, we see the case in Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire in 1942. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire in 1942. Okay, Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. We see, for example, this Justice Murphy declared that the right of free speech did not include the use of lewd, obscene, profane, and libelous expressions or words, which by very utterance inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. Furthermore, the Supreme Court ruled that indecent, uncivil expressions or words were not or no essential part of any exposition of ideas, and were of such slight social value that they were not protected by the First Amendment. Also, we see in the Dennis versus the United States in 1951, the court upheld the conviction of 11 leaders of the American Communist Party under the Smith Act in 1940 for willfully advocating and teaching the forceful, violent, and revolutionary overthrow of the United States government. Okay, so we see basically if you go against like what we believe, okay, by our Constitution, you will be considered in this law of treason. So like communism or anything like that. Okay, the Supreme Court has reversed its previous stand for public order, decency, and morality. Okay, in more recent years, the Supreme Court has reversed this. Okay, the court declared that even the most abusive, uncivil, and immoral speech was legally protected by the First Amendment. So sadly, I mean, it's a good thing, but it's a bad thing at the same time. Okay, they're giving freedom of all these things, but it's also bad, obviously, because it influences people. Things that people write and say, it can affect people. Okay, it can hurt people. It can influence people. And we see that today as well. In such cases as the Cohen versus California in 1971, in Rosenfeld versus New Jersey in 1972, and Papish versus Board of Curators in 1973. The court declared that even the most abusive, uncivil, and immoral speech was legally protected by the First Amendment. The only prohibition that a state or local government could enforce against the expression or the idea, okay, could merely pertain to time, okay, or manner or place. These decisions have paved the way for the further degradation, right? Yeah, degradation. At first I went to say degrade, but that's not right. Degradation of speech and public discourse, again, basically degrading people. Today there is a great deal of talk about freedom of expression. Okay, when you say so, certainly with media, we have a great deal, a lot of people doing freedom of their expressing themselves in their own way. Okay, such expression is often referred to as symbolic speech. Freedom of expression. Symbolic speech, or the expression by conduct. There is no such right guaranteed in the Constitution, but the court has generally ruled in favor of those who express themselves with immoral and contemptible behavior. For example, in 1989 and 1990, the court ruled that individuals can publicly burn the American flag. The quote, or what, where? Yep, I see it. Oops. Thank you, Esther. You're not Esther. I think I skipped another note. Sorry. Number 17. Okay, we'll get there in a second. I think that's where we're going to end as well. That's our last one. So the court has taken more conservative positions on some aspects of freedom of expression in the past. Okay, the Rehnquist court ruled against I can't say that word right now. Someone help me. obscenit, obscenity. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't say it a couple seconds ago. Obscenity. In Osborne versus Ohio in 1990, and Barnes versus Glenn Theater Incorporation in 1991. However, the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled on obscenity, rather than allowing local governments to regulate it at a local level, is part of the reason obscenity is such a problem today. The national government is simply not as capable of regulating obscenity as local communities, where the family and the church are more prominent and have more influence on community standards. To move the debate about, this is obviously obscenity, the term we have today, pornography. Okay, this obscene writing, that's note number 17. Obscene writings or pictures designed to arouse immoral thoughts, feelings, and desires. Okay, and other obscenities from the local to the national level is to remove it from the area that can best deal with the problem. Okay, and we see this, okay, when areas where churches are more prominent, okay, they have more influence, there's not as much of a problem. Okay, or that's at least what it's trying to say. But because we've given the freedom of all these things, and obviously with media and Google and all these different things and social media and everything we have, outlets we have out there, okay, we can't stop it. And all these things that give the freedom of these people to allow to post and allow to promote these different things. Okay, that's the last note we're going to do today. Tomorrow we're going to pick up with the freedom of press. Again, it is Wednesday. There is no homework. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know where it went in the note. It's missing in there too? Oh my goodness. That's weird. Okay, it is the term pornography. It is an obscene writing or pictures designed to arouse immoral thoughts, feelings, and desires. Okay, we will end there. We'll pick up with freedom of press tomorrow. I went 1 minute over. Sorry, Kylie. I did my best to get to the last term. I did my best. Okay, no homework today. I believe we will have a quiz on Friday. Okay, but we'll review for that tomorrow like I try to always do. So any questions? All right, we will see you tomorrow. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. We will see you tomorrow as well.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We are on 5.3. We're on page 69 of the chemistry book and page 81 of your supplement. So page 69 of your textbook, page 81 of your supplement. Last week we finished off by looking at the combined gas law, which combines Boyle's and Charles's laws together into one law. So today, and we did example 5.5, but I'm not going to go into that again. Today we're going to talk about Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and molar volume. Okay. First of all, Gay-Lussac's law of combining volumes. This is actually his name. In 1809, Joseph Gay-Lussac reported the results of his experiments with reactions between gases. He found that when gases reacted, the reacting volumes measured at the same temperature and pressure were in a ratio of small numbers. Gay-Lussac did not know the formulas of the gases which he studied, nor did he write equations to represent the reactions, but his observations were important in the development of the atomic and kinetic theory. They are summarized in what is known as Gay-Lussac's law of combining volumes. When measured at the same temperature and pressure, the ratios of the volumes of gases that react or that are formed as products are small whole numbers. In other words, he went through and showed through just gases that if we have 3 certain volumes of hydrogen and 1 volume of nitrogen, we'll get 2 volumes of ammonia, which we know chemically speaking is what happens, but he still has the law named after him because he proved it with gases first. Okay? So that's his. Avogadro's law, you should remember that name from Avogadro's number, where we can use moles to convert back and forth. He also did this, or did something here. He said that equal volumes of gases at the same temperature and pressure contain equal numbers of molecules. And this is the trippy part. It seems extremely counterintuitive, but the size of the molecule doesn't matter. If you have a certain volume of gas at the same temperature and pressure, and another cylinder that's got a volume of gas at the same temperature and pressure, regardless of what the gases are, regardless if you're talking hydrogen, methane, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, O2, O3, it doesn't matter the size of the molecule, the number of molecules in both containers will be exactly the same. Okay? It's really weird and very counterintuitive. So it's one of those that it explains the density of different gases. Okay? Because the only thing that can change a gas's density then is the density of molecules. This law holds for any gas, no matter what its composition, but does not hold for liquids and solids, obviously. Strictly speaking, Avogadro's law is exact only for ideal gases, but most real gases do not deviate by more than 1%. Okay? That's very statistically significant. The fact that it's less than a 1% deviation from it, statistically speaking, that's really accurate. So that's just how that works. Avogadro's law may be explained in terms of the kinetic theory. At a given temperature, the average kinetic energy of any gas molecule will be the same regardless of its size. Temperature would then be proportional to kinetic energy. Since the pressure of a gas is a result of the collisions of the gas molecules, a greater number of molecules causes greater pressure. Because the average kinetic energies are the same, they have the same temperature, any pressure differences must be due to differing number of molecules, but with equal pressures as well. Gases occupying equal volumes at the same temperature must have equal numbers of molecules. We may mathematically state Avogadro's law as follows. V is proportional to N, or V equals Kn, with P and T constant, where N is the number of moles of a gas. For 2 different gases under similar conditions, or for the same gas differing in number of moles or in volume, we can use equation 5.7 to set them equal to each other because of that proportionality. Okay, again, this would be before-after scenario. The volume per mole of gas under specified conditions is the molar volume. For gases that behave very close to ideal, the molar volume at standard temperature and pressure is about 22.4 liters per mole. This value, and I've put this deeply in your notes because every now and then someone tries to grab this number because, hey, they saw it in the textbook. It only works if we give you standard temperature and pressure. If we tell you it's at STP, if we tell you it's 0 degrees Celsius, 1 atmosphere. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, that's the only time it works because we've held those 2 things constant. Okay, if you're given other information, you have to solve for it. It may not be used for solids or liquids or for gases that are at conditions other than STP. Now, if we take everything, the combined gas law, which is Boyle's and Charles's law, if we take Avogadro's law and we put everything together, we get what's called the ideal gas law. Okay? By the way, I've dedicated a whole slide to one equation. That should tell you a thing. Okay? You should know this. This is the ideal gas law. You should know its name. You should know it off the top of your head, including the value of the constant. Okay? PV equals nRT, okay, is the ideal gas law. Let me go through and label it for you, provided my tablet works today, because it's always a 50-50 chance now. Let's go HDMI. Hey, it works. Cool. All right, so obviously pressure. You only have to label this if you need it. Volume. This is amount of gas. Let me see here. That's in moles, right? Yeah. In moles. R is given to you here as a constant. And then finally, T is temperature in Kelvin. All right, real quick, one other thing to note here. If you ever need to remember which units are needed for this equation, look at the units in R. You have all units represented there. You have liters, atmospheres, kelvins, and moles. So pressure has to be in atmospheres. Volume has to be in liters. Number of moles, I mean, there's no changing that, but just mentioning that. And then temperature in Kelvin. Okay, because all those units will cancel minus the one you're looking for. That's the reason why the constant has such weird units. Okay, you guys go ahead and finish writing that down. I will be right back. I just got called over for a tech issue, so I'll be right back to continue on. Nope, that's not right. All right, there we go. All right, sorry about the delay. Apparently a capture card in the other room just decided to not work. So I don't know what's up with it. But we're going to keep going with ours for now, and I'll deal with it more later because I can't figure out what's going on. So, all right, example 5.6, let's look at how we use the ideal gas law. All right, so first of all, we try to convince the slideshow to move forward. All right, what pressure will 0.025 moles of oxygen exert in 400 milliliters flask at 25 degrees Celsius? So first thing to note, we're not at standard temperature and pressure. So the other value I know is wrong. Okay, so I can't use that. So now I need to go through and figure this out. So first of all, moles, that's in the correct unit, right? Okay, so we're good there. Milliliters, is that in the correct unit? No, we need liters. Okay, so what's 400 milliliters in liters? Yeah, 0.400 for the sake of significant figures. And then degrees Celsius, is that the correct units? No, it needs to be in Kelvin. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to convert that into Kelvin. We get 298.2 Kelvin. And then we're going to use the ideal gas law. Which variable am I asked about? P. I'm asked for pressure. So what am I going to do to both sides of my equation? We're going to divide both sides of the equation by V. Now that I have it solved, let's go through and plug it in. Okay? So we're going to plug in 0.025 moles times our constant that we're given. Sorry about the way the units are appearing in there. There's a shorter way to write that, but oh well. All right, you can write it the same way it's written on the previous page. And then in temperature, it's 298.2 Kelvin because we just converted that. And then we're dividing by 0.4 liters. Okay. Once we do all that, we just throw the whole thing in the calculator. 0.025 times 0.0821 times 298.2 divided by 0.4. And we find out that it gives about 1.5 atmospheres of pressure. All right, and let me see here. I feel like there's something else on the slide because of how far up that is. Oh, yeah. This would be where I showed you guys a couple of different videos there. You guys were given that last week, so we're just going to keep going. 5.4. 5.4, diffusion is the process of mixing molecules of one substance through another by random molecular motion. Okay, that's what diffusion is. So if you open a container or something and suddenly someone across the room can smell it, or maybe in a couple minutes, okay, that's occurring by diffusion. That's the natural mixing of air. It's the natural mixing of a scent, okay, or anything else in air. So that's the process of mixing. It's not going around a room with a giant stick stirring the air, okay? It naturally happens through molecular movement. As much fun as that image is. Anyway, in gases, diffusion typically occurs until the two gases are mixed uniformly through each other, creating a homogeneous mixture. You may have noticed that some scents diffuse through a room faster than others. Not all gases diffuse at the same rate. In the early 1830s, a Scottish goodness, I swear I can speak English. In the early 1830s, a Scottish chemist named Thomas Graham. Oh, Thomas Graham discovered that lightweight gases diffuse much more rapidly than heavier gases. For example, hydrogen, which has a molar mass of only 2.016 grams per mole, diffuses nearly 5 times faster than carbon monoxide, 44.01 grams per mole, and over 8 times faster than xenon, which is 131.3 grams per mole. Okay, so the heavier something is, the longer it's going to take from point A to point B. That's true in just about every observation we make. Okay, you guys can get somewhere faster than I can. Okay, like that's just reality. Okay, like things that are heavier take longer to get places. Okay, it's the same thing as with gases. Gases, it's a bit more of a law, but you know, we're moving on. Graham did not know why this was true, but the kinetic theory of matter provides the answer. Lighter molecules diffuse more rapidly because lighter molecules diffuse more rapidly because they're moving faster at any given temperature than heavier molecules. As a result, lighter gases undergo more collisions in the same amount of time and therefore spread more rapidly. Mathematically, the rate of diffusion is proportional to 1 over the square root of the molar mass. This principle that the diffusion rate of any gas is inversely proportional to the square root of the gas's molar mass is known as Graham's law of diffusion. We can rewrite this equation to compare the relative diffusion rates of different gases under the same conditions of temperature and pressure through the equation 510, where we have rate 1 over rate 2 is equal to the square root of the molar mass 2 over the molar mass 1. So that's Graham's law of diffusion. Stuff will move proportionally based on its mass. Okay. In partial pressure, basically, well, let's just start here. According to the kinetic theory, gas molecules are so far apart that they have a negligible effect on each other until they collide, of course. This is assumed whether the gas is pure or whether it is a mixture of gases such as air. As long as the gases in a mixture do not react with one another, each behaves as if the other were not there. Each gas in a mixture of gases expands to occupy the entire volume of its container and exerts a pressure known as the partial pressure of that gas that is independent of all the other gases of that container. The pressure in a container filled with a mixture of gases is the sum of the partial pressures of all the gases in the container. This principle is known as Dalton's law of partial pressure. Okay, and you can see how we represent that in equation form there. For example, when a tire is fully inflated, I'm struggling today, with air and a mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, and various other gases, the tire gauge may read 35 psi. A chemist could divide the pressure into pressure produced by nitrogen, the pressure produced by oxygen, and so on, and the total of all those partial pressures would equal 35 psi. Okay, so 21% of that might be oxygen. Okay. But if you add up all the chemical compounds in there, it will equal 100%. It will equal 35 psi. Okay, so that pressure is all the different pressures working together. And so we have this here in equation form. That should be equation 12. Apparently I skipped. Okay, that's going to have me going for a minute. Hold on. Where's my last numbered one? Because there's a typo somewhere. This is equation 9. Where'd I get off by one? Here it is. All right, starting with 5.7, that should be 5.8. Everything else should be increased by 1. Okay, for your equation numbering to match the textbook. Okay, so from here on, starting with 5.7, that should be 5.8. I skipped 5.7 in my slides, and then everything else should be 5.8. So that's what's happening. All right, let's go back to what we were talking about. Sorry, that just really messed with me seeing things not match. Now, a common technique for isolating a gas in a chemical lab is to bubble the gas into an upside-down bottle filled with water, displacing the water from the bottle. So basically, here's the idea. What we do is we fill a jar or something of water, and we put it upside down in a container of water so that there's no air on top. Then we stick a hose that's going to be attached to whatever we're pumping in into the water bucket underneath the jar, and we shove the air in that way so that way it collects at the top of the jar. Okay? In doing that, it'll push the water out. Okay, so the water level in the container will rise, but the water in the jar will disappear. And it will look like you just have air in the jar now. It'll just look like the jar is empty, but now it's actually whatever gas you pumped in there. So it's a good way to isolate it with a small sample of it without accidentally getting other atmospheric gases in the container. Okay, so that's how that gets done with that. When sufficient gas has been collected, the pressures inside and outside the bottle are equalized by raising or lowering the bottle so that the water levels are the same. The pressure of the gas in the bottle then equals the atmospheric pressure, and the amount of gas in the bottle can be calculated by observing the volume of water displaced. Although this process seems straightforward enough, it is complicated by the fact that a gas collected in this way is saturated with water vapor. Thus, according to Dalton's law of partial pressures, the pressure total is equal to the pressure of the gas plus the pressure of the water. The partial pressure of the gas under consideration may be found by subtracting the vapor pressure of water from the total pressure or the atmospheric pressure. Okay? The partial pressures due to water vapor at various temperatures are given in table 5.2 on page 72, so you will need to use that. Note that the vapor pressure of water varies with the temperature. Once we know the pressure due to the dry gas, we may use the ideal law to calculate the number of moles of gas present. And so basically, when you see that phrase collected over water, you have to go through and correct the pressure by subtracting out how much pressure is due to water volume. Okay? And that's based on temperature. So you can look on page 72 and you can see how much is there. All right, so example 5.7 states that a sample of oxygen collected over water, there's that phrase, at 23 degrees Celsius occupies 485 milliliters at an atmospheric pressure of 743 torr. How many moles of oxygen were collected? Okay, first thing we have to do is we have to take care of that phrase, collected over water. So we're going to look at table 5.2 on the row that's 23 degrees Celsius, which is the top row in the second column. All right, and in torr, how much pressure is there? 21.1. So I know that my total pressure is going to be the pressure of my oxygen that I collected plus that 21.1 torr of pressure. So we're going to go through and subtract that pressure out from the total, and we find that we have 722 torr of gas pressure in that container. Does that make sense? Okay. That process of bubbling water through the container, the reason that happens is it actually speeds up evaporation. So that's why it becomes saturated with water. So that we know how much it is. We know how to account for it. So it's still a valid method. Now, for the ideal gas law, is torr the correct units? No, we have to go to atmosphere. So let's go ahead and take care of that. We convert that by dividing by 760 torr. Torrs cancel then, and that gives us 0.95 atmospheres of pressure. Again, showing rounded answers here in all my calculations. I do assure you that I did use unrounded answers saved in the calculator. It's just for display. I use rounded. Yes? No, because we only have 3 in the first place. That 721.9 is the unrounded answer. All right. One other thing to note here. We're given Celsius. We're going to need temperature in Kelvin. And we're given volume in milliliters. We're going to need that in liters. So let's go ahead and convert milliliters to liters. We just move the decimal. Convert to Kelvin. We get 296 Kelvin. Now, and only now, can I get out the ideal gas law. Okay, does that make sense? We have to double check all our units first. Get used to it. You're going to do a lot of converting. All right, then, which piece am I asked for? We're asked for N. We're asked for the number of moles. All right, so we're going to take, and that's going to equal PV over RT. We just divide both sides by RT, and we plug in all our values that we previously found. Again, using unrounded answers throughout, we get N is about 0.0189 moles. All right, at the bottom of page 73 in your textbook, top of page 74, there's a blue box talking about how our lungs work and how it works using this topic of pressure. I'm not going to go all the way into it. I'm not going to cover everything about it because, again, that's biology, okay? But something interesting related to what we're talking about here is how your lungs work in the first place. When you breathe in, the way you breathe in, now most of this is subconscious, okay? Although you're going to be conscious of it for at least the next 5 minutes, because that's how it works. As soon as someone brings up breathing, everyone starts thinking about their breathing. When you breathe in, your lungs are expanding, okay? And if you're breathing properly, you're using your diaphragm, letting that pull out to expand your chest cavity, okay? That expansion, because we know that everything is connected now. We know pressure, volume, temperature, everything. Well, the temperature is not changing. But when I expand that region, I'm increasing the volume. So what happens to the pressure? It decreases. So as I breathe in, I am increasing the volume of my lungs, which decreases the pressure, which forces air in. Then when we breathe out, we do the opposite. We decrease the volume. Our muscles have the ability to do that, which increases the pressure, which forces air out. Now, in between what happens there is the biology of switching from oxygen to carbon dioxide and making sure that you live. Okay? But that's how, fundamentally, that's how your lungs work. It's just a pressure changer. Okay? It increases and allows air in. It decreases to push air out. That's all it does. So I find that pretty fascinating. There's more detail in there than that. I just don't care. That's the relevant bit. As far as that's what happens is, and most of the time it's automatic. You don't even think about it. But this is why if you're singing or something like that, it's really important to use your diaphragm because it allows you to expand more, which allows you to have more air, which allows you to better control how you're releasing your breath. So all that is critically important. All right, that is where I'm going to leave off today. Tomorrow, what's going to happen is we're going to go through gases and chemical reactions in general, okay? Kind of combine everything that we've learned in Chapter 5 so far. There's not a lot left. There's like a quick section of notes and an example, okay? That's all that's left in Chapter 5. So you may see where I'm going with this, okay? Chapter 5 homework is going to be due on Friday, and that will also be when Quiz 5 is. I hate giving you guys a quiz the same week as the test. There was no helping it based on how everything fell, okay? So you guys are going to have your homework due Friday. You're going to have a quiz on Friday. And then next week what's going to happen is we're going to talk about sulfur. That'll probably take us about 2 days if the previous sections are anything to go by, okay? And then your homework and stuff will be due Wednesday. We'll leave off for break. We'll come back and cover the second chapter on this test when we get back. So I know the pacing is really weird right now. Couldn't be helped, just with the way everything landed with COVID and everything. So, all right, any questions? All right, make sure you guys are working on that. You guys should be able to complete most of your homework as of now. I know it's Wednesday, so I'm not expecting you guys to get it all done tonight. But this homework section is actually light in comparison to the way some of the others are. So hopefully it shouldn't be too bad either, okay? And I will try to give you guys most of the class tomorrow to be able to work on it. But I do just want to mention that right off there. Yeah, I know, guys. It's got to be done, though. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow, Lord willing, and have a great day.
All right, so I mean, you guys saw I was just told this morning, so I didn't get to really like prep or look over it because I was teaching myself. So what I'm going to do is kind of have you guys read it, and then I'll go through some problems with you and highlight some stuff because I'm going to read it as well. And then I'll go through probably a couple of the problems you guys need to do, so that'll help you get some work done together with me, and then we'll know how to do it, and then we'll do it. It should be really easy. I did look over it a little bit. I had a little spare time. Shouldn't be too bad. Welcome, distant learners. I'm sure I'm the face you did not expect to see again today. You're probably like 2 hours is already enough of Mr. Coral, but you're lucky. You get another hour of seeing masked Mr. Coral. Okay, but we do have some work today, some classwork. We're going to go over some notes as well. We're going to pray real quick, and then we'll get into that. Hopefully we'll be able to finish early so you guys can be done. I don't believe there's any homework in Wednesday. I don't think he gives homework either. Thank you, Grace. Good to see Ian. I think Jacob's part of this class too, so hopefully he tunes in soon as well. But we'll get started here shortly. We'll pray, and then we'll get started. We'll pray for those things as well, but just for us to have a great day today. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything and all the blessings you give us on a daily basis. As Christmas time's coming, I hope we're thinking about fun times with family, thinking about gifts that we can get others, how we can give to our friends, to our family, to the community, but also to remember the most important thing, Lord, to remember the purpose of Christmas, the reason why really we have all this joy on that day is because you died, or you were born, and you came to earth so you can die on the cross about around 30 years later for us, giving us salvation, Lord. Please help us remember that through the season, all the music we'll hear, all the shopping we're going to do, all the frustration I'm sure we will have, certainly during this crazy year of 2020. Please allow these students to just have a great day today and great last couple weeks of school, finish strong, and then have a good Christmas break coming up shortly. Please help this class, Lord, for us to be able to do our best and learn something today, be able to finish our work quickly, and then be done. Bless our day. Bless these kids. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. So what I'm going to have you guys do, it might be a little bit different than what Mr. Larson, is that what you guys call him? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson does. What I'm going to have you do is to turn to page 154, or 6.6, and I'm going to have you right now read pages 154 and 155. Pages 154 and 155. Okay, you don't need to really go through, I mean, you can if you want, through the model problems or the practice problems. I'll kind of go through those, walk through those with you here shortly, but I'll give you about 5 minutes. That should be enough time to read through those. There's some terms you're going to need to know, some things in that. Should be pretty easy, but then I'll help you go through the problems, and then we'll be done for today. Okay, so I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. Read page 154 and 155, and we'll be back. I can't speak. We'll be back here shortly. Does he do slides for this class or no? He literally, you just read? All right. Interesting. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you guys got some comprehension out of that. Okay, I will do some highlighted points for that. I didn't want to read all of it. And then we'll go through some problems, and then I'll give you a few problems to work on. Maybe not as many as he has. We'll see. I'll help you with a few of them. But you guys will have time to finish that in class. I don't know if it will be due tomorrow. I don't know what he usually does. But it says do these pages. Does he not do any work on Wednesday? All right, so maybe it's just work on it during class then. It doesn't really say. I'm just looking at it. It says do the different pages 154 to 157. So, all right, but here we go. The first part you saw, the graph and everything with the ranked and range, right? Okay, the range is basically what? Okay, largest to smallest, you're going to have a list, or again, they call it a graph, of these different things, and we're talking about the cost of living for groceries in 10 different American cities. Okay, you have all these different averages and cost of living. Okay, so you take the largest. Sometimes you might want to write it out on paper. Okay, as juniors or seniors here, but juniors and seniors, I'm assuming you could probably just look at it and say, hey, this is the largest, this is the smallest. Okay, hopefully you can do that. If not, you can write them out, largest to smallest, if that helps you. Okay, if like say you're using a graph for like a large amount of problems, sometimes it helps writing it out just so you can easily see, okay, I need the middle ones or whatever you're doing, okay, later on. I don't know if you guys do that yet. But yes, like she said, you're taking difference, so you're taking the largest, okay, subtracted by the smallest, which is 123.3, minus 89.3, you'll get your answer, which is 34, so that is your range. So if a question says, hey, what is the range of these things, and they say it gives you 4 different things, find the largest, subtract the smallest from it, that is your range. Pretty easy. Okay, again, I think this section is pretty easy. Second part that it kind of talks about is the circle graph. Okay, what does the circle graph do? Okay, yes, basically, so it's a circle. Obviously, they show pizza, and honestly, I don't even know why they would show. I know it's Japanese, so they're showing it because it's Japanese, and ramen or whatever, I guess, Japanese. Okay, but like, the thing is, to me, it's like, you're not cutting the bowl and ramen in a spot, and it's hard to eat a percentage of ramen because it'll just fill again. But whatever, that's a side note. Okay, it doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe a pie or something like that. But a pizza works. Okay, so you're cutting a percentage. We have the percent of after-tax income spent on food. We have the difference of Americans and Japanese. We use this circle graph to show us. Okay, it shows us how the parts relate to the whole. Okay, so you're using that for that. Food prices in general or specific items can also be based on seasonal production or shortages caused by bad weather. Okay, so basically, again, showing your percent on the circle graph. You have 100%, okay, so you can split it up in that way. You can either just do it by hand, use a circle, 100% is the whole thing full. Have you guys ever done like this kind of charts growing up? You should have probably done them in pre-algebra at one point, okay, where you fill in this percent of the circle. Have you guys done that? Or like say there's 3 different things and you have to split them up in the percentage, which is a crayon or something. Have you done that? I'm assuming you have. Okay, this is that same idea, okay, with the specific topics it's talking about. So let's look at the first model problem. Would someone like to read it for us? Esther, read it out loud, nice and strong for us. All right, so that should be pretty easy, right? Okay, first it said find the highest and lowest grocery prices. Okay, so look at your chart. We should already know. We've already mentioned both of them. Which one is the lowest? And it's right there for us as well. It is Springfield. Okay, 89.3 lowest index. Which one is the highest? Anchorage. Again, the answers are right there in front of us. So there's no reason we should get that wrong. Hopefully not. Hopefully distant learners, you're not getting it wrong either. Okay, second was to find the difference, and we learned how to do that. How would we find the difference? Okay, which they're right there. We have the highest and the lowest. We subtract the lowest from the highest. Our answer is 34 or 34.0, Thank you, Esther. Okay, last one is to find the average. Okay, so we need to add the 5 prices and divide by 5. We're taking the 5 largest prices. Again, they're already there for us. Okay, so you take, so say there's 8 prices, you want the top 5, or whatever it says. If there's 4, and you just use those 4. Okay, it's all the same concept. Okay, I'm sure you guys have learned how to average something out. You add them all together, and then you divide them by how many there is. Okay, so we have 5. We add them all together, you get 549.1. Then you divide 549.1 by how many is there, Emma? 5. There you go. Okay, you divide it by 5. If there was 6, say our answer was 549.1 and there's 6 numbers, we would divide by, Tori? Oh, you're in this class too, right? Yeah. I didn't know. Who's not in this class? Just Noah, right? Everyone else? Kylie, you're in this class too? All right. We would divide by how many if there was 6? It's not your question. Tori. So say 549.1 is our average or our total, okay, and there's 6 numbers. How much would we divide by?
I know it.
It's not your question. I'm saying the answer. 6, yes. Okay, Kylie, if there were 7 numbers and the total was 549.1, how much would we divide by?
I know it.
7. Okay, so basically how many there is we would divide by. Do we understand? I hope so. Okay, second model problem. This one's a little more tricky, but again, not very hard as long as we can multiply. Okay, I'll read this one nice and loud for us. We have Professor Ho, resident of Japan, okay, has a weekly after-tax income of $780. If he is an average Japanese, how much does he spend each week on food? Okay, well, we just learned, and we had our chart for Americans and Japanese, yes, of their percentage of income, percentage of after-tax income spent on food. Okay, so what is our percentage? Okay, it's right there in front of you as well, I believe, so you should get it right. It's 27.5%. Okay, how much is his weekly after-tax, or how much is his weekly income? $780. Okay, so we take our income of whoever it is. This time it is a Japanese man. It tells us that. We just learned what the Japanese after-tax income is. Okay, so we have our total income, $780, multiplied by our percent, which becomes a decimal. We all know percent is the decimal. You move it 2 spots. Don't shake your head. You know that. I hope you know that. I don't know what you know, so you might not. I don't know what you know. I'm hoping you know these things. Okay, if you have a percent, 27.5, and you have to turn it into a whole number, okay, it becomes a decimal. Okay, because it's like you multiplied it by 100. That's why you have percent. Every percent is something over 100. Okay, if you take that away, you make a whole number, you move the decimal spot back both 2 times again, 2 zeros. You know what I'm talking about? Am I losing you? Emma? Are you with me? Okay, so you multiply, I hope it's good. I don't know. I haven't been in this class. Okay, so you multiply by the decimal or the whole number, okay, and you're going to get your income spent on food. Again, are you guys allowed to use calculators? Okay, lucky. Okay, you can use a calculator. You throw it in there so you don't even need to know how to multiply. The tool can do it for you. And you would get, hopefully you can type correctly, you would get $214.50. All right. So for work, let's see. He doesn't have any specific problems. I'm not going to give you both whole pages. I'm going to be kind. For classwork, so distant learners, okay, this, I believe they said it won't be graded, but just work on this and then send it to me just in case Mr. Larson wants to see it. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a few questions. Okay, if you have any questions, throw it in the chat or message me. I'll help you with those. I'm going to do a few in class with them. So if you have any questions, let me know. But for work, you should be able to do all 1 through 4. Those are just real easy. So 1 through 4 all. It's literally just reading the question. You're using those 2 charts we already used. Okay, so from the back problems, we're using those 2 charts. Do questions. I'm giving you random questions, so write down each one. Number 5. Trying to give you one of each. Number 9. Question number 5. 9. 12. 17, and 18. So shouldn't be too hard. Okay, I believe, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 questions, right? Like 10 questions, 9 or 10 questions. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, trying to help you guys out. If you have any questions, again, contact me. Okay, throw it in the chat. Say, hey, Mr. Coral, I'll still see it. Hey, Mr. Coral, I need help on this one. I'll come right back on live. Okay, but I'm going to set it on the school screen or whatever. Okay, if you have questions, just throw it in there. Get that done. Send me a picture of it so I know you completed it. If you don't have my number, again, ask me through MySchoolWorks or email. Okay, do that now as you have, when does this class get out? 40? 45. Are you sure? I think it's 40. It's 40. So I'm looking at it right now. You lied. You lied. You lied. Demerits for lying. No, I'm just kidding. You have about 22 minutes, so should be plenty of time to finish those. So work on that. Let me know if you guys have any questions.
right, guys, let's get started. We are going to take our reading quiz today, but we missed some notes, so I'm going to give you some notes. The notes for the reading quiz. Okay, everyone, go to page number 86. Okay, for those of you on distant learning, please comment if you're here. We also have a reading quiz, so we're going to take that. You guys can take that on a sheet of paper and number it 1 to 5. Okay, so comment that you're here. Go to page 86 and 87 in your literature notes books, and then also take out your notes. So we're talking about the Cavalier poets. Okay, the Cavalier poets. Sir John Suckling, he was one of the men that we read about yesterday. In The Constant Lover, this was a change of a man's inconstant love. That was what it was about. Actually, let me do this. Okay, in The Constant Lover, so it's an inconstant lover's conduct. It was actually reformed. He did kind of like a 180 because of his love for a wonderful lady. It says, "Out upon it, I have loved thee 3 whole days together." Okay, he's known this lady for 3 days. "And am like to love thee 3 more if it prove fair weather." Okay, if you notice the word fair weather, obviously that means in good times. He's saying, I loved you for 3 days and am like to love thee. I'm likely to love you 3 more days if it's in good times. Okay, so obviously people who only love in good times are inconstant. When it becomes bad, obviously those are really inconstant. Yes, Esther? Where? Thank you. Nope. Oh, you want to see our send-off picture? Alcohol? They're phones and glow sticks. Thank you. I'm holding my... All right, so thank you, Esther. True freedom comes from the soul, okay? But let's talk about constant lover, okay? So if it proved fair weather, that's the end of the first stanza. Obviously, if you only love in the good times, you are an inconstant lover. But as we read on, we kind of see his change in the way he loves because he knows this wonderful lady. He loves this lady. He says, time shall moult away his wings, ere he shall discover in the whole world wide again such a constant lover. But the spite on it is, no praise is due at all to me. He says, love with me had made no stays, had it any been but she. He's basically saying, I wouldn't change my ways. I wouldn't love you if it were anyone but you. Okay, if it were anyone but her, he basically was saying I would still, love wouldn't stay with me. I'm a really hard person to love is what he's saying. But because he knows a wonderful lady, you guys look at the last stanza. Had it been any but she, in that very face, there had been at least ere this a dozen in her place. He's saying, if it was anyone but this woman, I would have loved dozens and dozens of women, apparently. So that's the constant lover. This is the man's change because he loves a wonderful woman, okay? Go, Lovely Rose. This was written by Edmund Waller, okay? The rhyme scheme in this one is A, B, A, B, B. Apparently, this is very uncommon back then. A, B, A, B, B. Obviously, line A, go, lovely rose. Tell her that wastes her time in me, that now she knows. Okay, those obviously are nose and rose rhymes. Look at this line. It says, when I resemble her to thee, how sweet and fair she seems to be. So he's basically comparing his love to a rose. Okay, a lover sends a rose to receive his love, and then he continues on to use the rose to describe her beauty. Tell her that's young and shuns to have her graces bide, that hadst thou sprung in deserts where no men abide, thou must have uncommended died. Okay, small is the worth of beauty from the light retired. Bid her come forth, suffer herself to be desired, and blush, and not blush to be so admired. Okay, he's talking about the rose and how small it's the beauty. But then you guys look in the last stanza, then die, that she the common fate of all things rare may read in thee, how small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous, sweet and fair. So a rose in Go Lovely Rose was used to represent not only love, but also life. And he's using this rose to describe a woman's beauty. He's comparing the rose to his love, but then it says he asks the rose to die. He says, then die, so that he's asking the rose to die so that the lady will see that obviously roses fade away and time is short. They'll see the brevity of life, or of their time on earth. And he's basically saying, since we don't have all this time in the world, I want you to accept this rose as a token of my love. And if you guys see the question, how does Waller use the rose as a symbol? That's kind of the whole gist of it. It's bright and lovely. We kind of see that in the beginning. But then in the end, just like roses, our lives will fade away. Okay? So that's Go Lovely to a Rose, written by Edmund Wallace. Okay? If you guys look at Meet the Author, Edmund Waller, he became one of the most popular lyric poets of his time. His greatest contribution to literature was his use of the couplet. So go ahead and highlight the word couplet or write it down. Couplet is a complete thought which is expressed in two rhyming lines. So two words, two rhyming lines. Obviously, we know a sentence to be one whole line, but in poetry, it's a couplet, okay? So two rhyming lines express a complete thought. And we see this in like lines number 4 and 5. He says, when I resemble her to thee, how sweet and fair she seems to be. Okay, obviously the first line, when I resemble her to thee, that's not a complete thought, but it goes along with the second line, how sweet and fair she seems to be. Okay, so the last two of those are couplets, the last two lines, okay? So that's a couplet. A complete thought is expressed in two rhyming lines. Okay, this form was used extensively in the poetry of the Restoration in the early 18th century. Okay, look over to Althea from Prison, and then also to Lucasta Going to Wars. These were both written by Richard Lovelace. Richard Lovelace, at the bottom of the page, look at your Meet the Author. He was a dashing Cavalier poet and an enthusiastic royalist supporter. Okay, so remember, Cavalier poets, they were the ones who wrote about material, worldly things, right? So those were Cavalier, and we kind of saw that just in The Constant Lover and The Lovely Rose. Their works were a little more lighthearted. But Richard Lovelace, he was a supporter of the monarchy. Okay, so we saw this. Obviously, there were the Puritans who believed that the church to be further purified, and then along with the Puritans, there were the metaphysical poets and the Cavalier poets. The Cavalier poets obviously were just a little more lighthearted, but because Richard Lovelace was actually thrown into prison for supporting the monarchy, this is what he wrote: To Althea from prison and to Lucasta Going to Wars. Actually, To Althea from prison was when he was written in prison, and then Lucasta Going to Wars is one of his other works. To Althea from prison, this kind of depicts that true freedom comes from the soul. Okay, so we kind of see this throughout the work. Look at your first paragraph. To Althea from prison was actually his finest lyric. It says, when love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair and fettered to her eye, the gods that went in the air know no such liberty. He's basically saying he's imprisoned by this certain Althea's love. Even though he's imprisoned by her love, he feels so free. In the second line, we kind of read about a carefree life. He says, when flowing cups run swiftly round with no laying thames, that line refers to undiluted with water, basically. So those are flowing cups are careless heads with roses bound. He's basically saying there are happy times. And he reads on, during sad times, when thirsty grief and wine we steep, when healths and droughts go free. Even though all those happen, he has a carefree life. Fishes that tipple in the deep, no such liberty. Okay? The third stanza, when like committed linnets, those are finches, which is a type of bird, I with shriller throat shall sing the sweetness, mercy, majesty, and glories of my King. He's actually referring to praising the king, okay? For us, we may think that's God, but obviously he's in prison for supporting the monarchy. He's in prison for praising the king, but then look on, he's freer than the wind. It says, when I shall a voice loud, how good he is, how great should be. Enlarged winds that curl the flood know no such liberty. So he's praising the king, but he's freer than the wind when he praises the king. Then, look at this. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Okay, why don't you underline these? Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Obviously, stone walls back then were used to make the prison. Iron bars, keeping someone in a cage. Then he goes on to say, minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage, which is the dwelling of a hermit. He says, if I have freedom in my love, and in my soul I'm free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. He's saying, in spite of imprisonment, true freedom comes from the soul, or it comes from within. Okay? And then to Lucasta from Going to Wars. Going to Wars was one of 27 poems who was addressed to Lucasta, okay? And Richard Lovelace, a lot of poets, they would make up some fictional girl that they would write their poems to. A lot of people believe that Lucasta was his fiancée, Lucy Sacre-Vattel. Okay, when I was studying this tonight, I couldn't say it, but Lucy Sacre-Vattel, but a lot of other people also believe that Lucasta was just someone who he made up, just like Althea, okay? So they don't really know exactly who Lucasta represents, but that's what a lot of people believe. But they kind of, Lucasta in Latin means lux costa, which means chase light. And they just thought that that was someone who he really admired, and they thought that might be his fiancée. But we don't really know, obviously, who Lucasta was. But he addressed to Lucasta Going to Wars. And this kind of illustrates a man's devotion for duty and his love for devotion and duty. Throughout this, he says, tell me not, sweet, he's addressing her, that I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet mind, to war and arms I fly. He's basically leaving his love to go to war. Okay? Then he talks about a new mistress. True, a new mistress now I chase, but it's not obviously a woman. It says the first foe in the field. Okay? So his new mistress he's chasing is battle or war. And with the stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, and a shield. Okay, so obviously he's leaving his love to go to war because he has a love for devotion and duty. He says, yet this inconstancy is such as you two shall adore. He goes on to say, maybe you'll actually admire me or adore me for my love for duty, or that I'm such an honorable man. He says, I could not love thee, dear, so much. Loved I not honor more. He basically was saying, I'd rather have honor. Okay, so those are the rest of the Cavalier poets. We just went over page 86 and 87. So everyone, go ahead and close your book. Take out a sheet of paper and number it 1 to 5. There are questions on the board or on the screen. So for those of you who are distant learning, you can take out a sheet of paper and then answer these questions, and then please turn those in by the end of today so that we could count those. But go ahead and answer these questions on your own sheet of paper. Okay? okay? If you guys can't see this, let me know. Otherwise, please take this quiz. Today is the 9th. Once you're done, you can come bring it up to me. Okay. And then go ahead. Tonight we don't have any homework, obviously, because it's Wednesday, and we're actually in person today, so thank you. Thanks. Whoops. Thank you. Okay, then once you're done, go ahead and turn in your grammar books to section number 10.18. Thank you. These all of your guys's? Esther, Michelle, Emma, Noah. Oh, gotcha. Section 10.18, or thank you, Kylie. Yes. Okay, let's look at, yes, 10.18 on page 61, okay? Page 61, 10.18. All right. 1 second. Okay. 10.18. Let's talk about verb tense, okay? So yesterday we went over the differences between lie and lay, rise and raise, and sit and set. Okay, when would I use the word sit? Okay, sitting, right, to be seated. Okay, then obviously setting means to put or place something down. Okay, which verb or which word means to go up or to get up, rise or raise? to go up or yes, rise, okay? Rise means to go up or to get up. Raise means to lift something or to push something, okay? And then which lie or lay, which one means to put or place something down? Lay, okay? So you're laying something down. And then which one means to recline? Lie, okay? So those are the differences between lie and lay. Let's talk about verb tenses, okay? The tense of a verb indicates the time of the action, okay? Past, present, or the future, all right? There are 6 verb tenses in English language, okay? There's the present tense, the past tense, and then the future tense. Then there's the present perfect tense, the past perfect tense, and then future perfect tense, okay? Whenever you're changing these up, it's called conjugation. So I don't know if you guys have ever taken like Spanish, but I'm pretty sure that's the same kind of concept when you're doing the different they, them, like the words for Spanish and stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys have ever taken Spanish, but it's kind of the same thing, which I think, okay? Don't quote me on that. But anyway, so there are 6 verb tenses, okay? So past, then there's also present, obviously. That's the thing you're currently doing. And then future will be the thing that you will be doing, right? So underneath past, okay, obviously these are the things that you did. There's the past perfect tense, okay? That's the other one, past perfect. Then there would be, what also would there be? Class underneath present. Present perfect. And then there's future perfect, okay? We're going to talk about the differences between these. Okay? I'm going to, okay? So, then there are also little, underneath these, they can be either progressive and emphatic. They're special forms of the main tensive, and then there's progressive, okay? So we'll talk about those. Progressive means continuing action. Emphatic means emphasis, obviously, and it's only used with present and past. So future, you wouldn't be able to use emphatic, but we'll go over those, okay? Go ahead and turn to page number 62, okay? So the word see, all right? There's a lot of things that can go with see, all right? So my present is see, okay? Then there's the present participle, which is seeing. That's what you're doing. Then there's the past that you did in the past is saw, and then there's a past participle, which is saw, okay? So we'll talk about those, but these are the, hold on. Okay, so these are the differences, all right? So there's the past, present, and the future, okay? We'll go over these. Okay, so notice that how there's the present tense for see, okay? I see, or we see, okay? That's what you're actually doing right now, okay? Then what you did was I saw. That's the past, right? And then the future is you will be seeing, or you will see, okay? Then there's the present perfect tense, okay? So notice how the present perfect, we are in the column on page number 62, present perfect. There's the word have or has with a past participle, okay? So past, obviously, look at your past participle. It's basically, past participles have helper verbs with them. So you can't say have saw with your past. Basically, past participles are where you have to change it to have seen, okay? In the present perfect tense, you will use the helper verbs, have or has, with the past participle. So I have seen, or we have seen, or you have seen, okay? Then there's the past perfect tense, which would be the word had with the past participle. So I had seen, we had seen, okay? And then there's the future perfect tense, I will have seen, okay? So with the past perfect, okay, the past perfect tense, I need my word had, okay? That is my helper verb, okay? And your past participle, okay? In present perfect, I need the words have or has with a past participle, okay? And then with the future present or future perfect tense, okay, I'll have will have or shall have plus my past participle. Okay, and one thing you need to remember about participle, like past participles and present participles, is that past participles, they have, participles always have a helper verb with them, okay? So participles always have a helper verb with some kind of, depending on what verb form you have, okay? Always has a helper. Okay, so look at the word be, okay? It's an important helping verb. It is used in all 6 tenses. This is on page number 63, okay? So your present form is be. Give me 1 second. Present form is be. Your present participle, you are actually being. I am being, or you are being, okay? Past, you were, or you was. And then the past participle is been. That's kind of something that you have to change throughout each tense. Okay? What's your question, Esther? What? Oh, okay, good. Okay. That is page 63. Okay, so look at your present tense of the form be. Okay, so I am. Obviously, I'm not. You're not. I be. Okay, your present tense is I am. Okay, we are, you are, they are. Okay, the past tense is I was. Okay, or we were. That is in the past. The future, you will be, or you shall be. Okay, then there's a present perfect tense. Notice how there is the word have or has plus a past participle. Okay, so been, all right? And then past perfect is the word had or is the word had with your past participle. So same thing, had been. And then the future that you haven't done yet, or you will have, or you shall have, plus the past participle. So that would be will have been. Okay? So one thing that you need to get down first before you get the past, present, and future perfect tenses are the present participle, the past, and the past participle. Okay? So for example, if I'm looking at my verbs, okay, go back to page number 62 with the word see, okay? See is what you're actually doing. Present participle is the action of what is being done right now, but I would need a helper verb with the present participle, okay? You can't say, I seeing this, okay? You have to have I am seeing this, right? Same thing with saw, the past, okay? I saw a movie, okay? That is the past, and then the past participle form, you wouldn't say, I seen a movie. You need to have a helper with the past participle. So I have seen a movie, okay? So those are the present, the past present participle, past, and past participle. What makes something a perfect tense is the word that you're including with it, okay? So, for example, the present perfect tense, I'm including the word have or has with the past participle. With the past perfect, I'm including the word had with the past participle. Same thing with the future perfect tense. I'm including the words will or or shall have with the past participle, okay? That's kind of what makes each one what they are. All right, so let's look at page 64. Okay, the helping verb do in the forming the present emphatic tense and past emphatic tense. This is basically just emphasis. Okay, so present of the word do, that's what you do. The present participle, I am doing or you are doing. The past, you did. Then there's the past participle, you have done. Okay? There's always first person, present tense, and the past tense of the word do. Okay? Look at 10.21. The 6 tenses indicate the time of the action or condition expressed by a verb. The names of the tenses generally represent the actual time of the action, but not always. Okay? For example, the present tense of the verb in the following sentence refers to an action that will take place in the future. I leave for Tampa tomorrow. Okay? They don't always say the time, but they do indicate the time of the action expressed. Okay? Use the present tense to indicate an action that is occurring now at any present time. Okay? So, present tense, obviously. Mr. Keith drives a truck. That's what he does. Jack is the president. Mr. Baker is traveling. This is a progressive form of the present verb. And then I do like is emphatic, but we'll talk about all of those more in depth. Notice your note on page number 65. The present tense has some special uses. The present tense is used to indicate a universal truth, and then the present tense along with an adverbial modifier can be used to indicate future action. Okay? So they can indicate something that is obviously a truth or something that will happen in the future. Those are present tenses. Okay? 10.23, use the past tense to indicate an action that has already occurred. Okay? That's kind of self-explanatory. He played tennis. Jack was the president of his class. He was working, and then he did work hard. All right? Then your future tense to indicate an action that will occur in the future. Okay, I shall go with you. The future tense may be formed by adding the word shall or will to the present tense. Okay, I shall go or I shall be going. Okay, another way to indicate the future is to use a present form of the verb be going in an infinitive. So he is going to get a degree in physics. So those are all part of the future tense. Okay, let's look at the other tense, present perfect. Okay, present perfect to indicate an action that was begun in the past and is completed at the present time or is continuing into the present. Okay, so has completed, has been teaching. So he's been doing this, but he also has been doing it in the past before. That's when I would use the verb tense, present perfect. Okay. Then I would use the past perfect and on page number 66. Past perfect to indicate action or a condition that was completed before some other past action. Had bought gifts before the sale started. Had been swimming for 5 hours when her crew sighted a shark. And then basically future perfect tense will be something that'll happen in the future, that is to come. Okay, we'll go over those more in depth tomorrow. I know these are kind of confusing right now, so just bear with me. We'll practice these tomorrow, okay? So no homework in grammar. And you guys have turned in your quiz. For those of you on online learning, please send in your reading quiz today, but no homework tonight because it is Wednesday. Have a good day.
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. Today we have quiz 10 over 3.3 and 3.4. Distance learners, you've been sent instructions on how to take this quiz already. Yes, all one distance learner. All right, and then your quarter review over on pages 151 to 153 that you guys probably saw as you were ending your chapter 3 review is due on Monday. Green problems assigned, non-green problems bonus, just like always. Again, due Monday, not even due Friday, due Monday. I want to make sure you guys have plenty of time because it's a longer assignment. And then obviously anticipate a quiz at the beginning of next week. All right. Past that, I will see you guys later. I'm not going to come back on stream for anything. And realistically, there won't be a stream next couple days either because there'll be work days. So distance learner, keep your eye on Google Classroom so you can see the date for the test. I don't know exactly what days they are yet, but I will post that on there once I know. All right, I'll see you guys later.